Silence equals consent.
That's right.
If you're not ready, say something now.
We're recording anyway. This is Avatar Legends session, or rather, episode 4, An Unexpected Guest. Who would like to give the session recap? Or the episode recap? I gotta say episodes. That's what this game is. Episodes.
So we started out, we were in the town square that had been destroyed by the spirit platypus bears. And there was a concern that there could be like people buried in the rubble of the buildings that the platypus bears knocked over. So we started to clear some of the area. Actually, I forget if we went to the mayor's first or we actually started first. But at some point we went to the mayor and told him that we were, trying to dig out the rubble to figure out if anyone was trapped inside. There was an attempt made by Gaije to get some payment for this service that we were providing. Eventually, the mayor did agree to give us something. But we went back and we were digging out the rubble. We also came across, we knew that many people had sort of run away when the platypus bears were attacking. But Gaije and, not Ura because he wasn't there, but Gaije came across a child, or maybe two children, who lost their mother. I think only one of the children really spoke, so that's the one I remember.
Yeah,
and he went around looking for the child's mother, eventually took the kids to a family friend who took them in. I don't think we ever found the mother. In the meantime, Sakcha and Gaije were still digging out bodies. We managed to find 3 bodies. And in the process, we were also kind of, looting items that we could otherwise easily pocket that looked to be of some value or utility, including some art and food. And I think Sakcha got some little technological items that he could use to build gadgets in the future. When we were done with that, we actually got the people from the earthbending school to come and help since they could more easily move the rocks and rubble out of the way. When we were done, we went back to the mayor and told him that these 3 people we found dead, a few more people were missing, and we then went back and went to sleep at Taka's residence on the floor, along with one confirmed bachelor who just tagged along. Once in the morning, we then went out to see the destruction that happened to the military camp, which seemed fairly substantial. We had heard where their attackers came from, off in the woods beyond the military camp. So we went there to see if we could track them down, and we found the cave that we saw in the visions where we think the platypus bears came from. Some of us snuck in. Gaije kept a very healthy distance away from us all, but occasionally gave us like a thumbs up or something to indicate that, he was with us in spirit, if not bodily. In the cave, we found actual platypus bears sleeping, at least near as we could tell, they were actual natural platypus bears. And Gaije saw on the wall there was some sort of portal, or at least some sort of light suggesting spiritual activity, very similar to the light coming off of the sigil we saw in the street that the platypus bears had scratched in. So Gaige was sort of thinking this might be like a point of connection between the spirit world and our world, and somehow the spirits that had attacked came through it and into the cave and possibly just possessed these platypus bears that were otherwise sleeping. And these were actually the attackers. Surprisingly, we managed to get out of the cave without being mauled by platypus bears. We then went back to the military camp and told Gunshot that this cave was there with platypus bears in it, and that, there's a possibility that these spirits will come through again and more platypus bear attacks will occur. So he sent some of his earthbenders with us. Where we went back into the forest, showed them where the cave was, and sealed it up. Platypus bears inside, which is a little cruel, but we can't have them, attacking the people of the village. We also, I forgot, we were invited to to a dinner party at the mayor's house. And the mayor had mentioned that he was going to have people from the Air Nation come and possibly help out in the area. And I forget exactly why, but in order to avoid a conversation, Gaige just bit the bullet and said, "Fine, he would go to this dinner party that the mayor was holding." So we were sort of getting ready to go to the dinner party. Gaige was kind of messing himself up a bit, just to show that he doesn't really hold the mayor's party to be that, prestigious an event. He was going to go a little bit dirtied up and show that he was not really prepared to hobnob with the high and mighty of the village.
Yep. For context, Ura was kind of tagging along with the group, so Ura went into the cave as well. So Ura
Was that the same cave that I had followed the spirit to before?
It is. Yeah, and Ura saw that the Gaige saw that it was like dimly glowing. Ura saw that the outline was brightly glowing. It was kind of an organic circle, opposed to the mark. Another.
After that, he got tired and went to bed.
Yeah. See, another important point is you were on your way to the dinner. So it was Zijin knows this, or Zijin knows this, but like the mayor's dinner parties are like he tries to invite everybody to them and nobody wants to go because they're fairly laborious and tedious. So when the mayor offered an invitation, like then it was spurned a couple times, or like it kind of ignored, but that was a but then Gaige accepted. So just so you know, like Ura would know that, like Jijin probably would have told Ura, and so you would know going into this that it's not necessarily a thing to look forward to.
Can I get like a gourd, of sake or something?
Yeah, I think you could find that.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'd say that you could, amongst the food stores that you found in the rubble, since they were in houses that were like in the city center, and would have been a little bit nicer. You could have found a gourd of
I like
sake.
how Ura is aging himself, because they had gourds back in his day, but now they have bottles. Looking for a gourd. He's like, what is this shit? I shouldn't be able to see what I'm drinking.
Glass?
I mean, given where we are, I would imagine flasks are probably pretty common.
Yeah. I just like the image of the gourd. So if I could find one of those, that's what I'm going to take, but
Yeah. I think you could find a gourd. It would be hard, but you guys were like searching in the rubble for like something like several hours. So
Right.
like there was a lot of time to potentially find a gourd.
yeah.
Another important point, you were on your way to the dinner party. So when you got back into town, before going to the dinner party, you noticed a crowd gathering around the mark, and there looked like stems and shoots that were sprouting up around it. They didn't appear to be like spirit vines in nature. Gaige didn't recognize them as such. But this was a new development because like you passed this like 4 hours prior when you were going out to check the encampment and do your business outside of town. And you caught wind. You were talking with one of the people that was sitting around the mark, and they were saying that there's kind of a movement where like a bunch of people are like kind of evacuating and fleeing to Zaofu. to try to escape or run from this, since the military couldn't seem to protect them in their home, so they were going to a safer place. So like there is kind of that environment, like that palpable like panic in the air. And as you're on your way to the dinner party, one of the things you notice, it was about 6 p.m. and you notice like a faint glowing coming from the mark. So this isn't anything new, but you did notice that those stems have flowered, and they are lotus flowers with black petals. You talked with Master Puhan, who was doing cleanup efforts nearby, and he mentioned that lotus flowers symbolize the connection to the spirit world, and they will sometimes appear where the spirit world, when a place has been touched by the spirit world. So that was where we ended. The previous episode. So you're on your way. Yeah, everybody's on their way in their finest, or as least finest as possible, dress to the dinner, to the Bears.
I only have one set of clothes. So my finest and my least finest are the same set.
Is my fatigues gone that I had?
You did rest, so yeah, your fatigue would be cleared.
Sweet. My condition doesn't clear that easily, though, right?
No, you have to do something to clear a condition.
Okay.
So, much like Gaige, Jijin only has the one set of clothes, but he seems to really be a little upset going to this dinner party.
And Kurt's character's, that's Shijin?
Gaige.
That's Gaige, that's right. Yeah, that's right. So you said Gaige was like actively dirtying himself?
Yes. Like, not filthy dirty, but, spots of dirt he smeared onto his clothes.
Udo would come up and start wiping that off.
You got some dirt on your cheek, young man.
Yeah, how do you react to a 100-year-old combustion bender just coming up and doing that shit?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was sort of imagining him coming up to Shijin and, like, with a comb, combing your hair, like, licking his hand to get the cowlicks down. Shijin has, like, the sort of fashionable bedhead going, and he's combing it out.
I don't lick my hand. I pour from the gourd a little bit.
But yeah, when you start wiping off the dirt, I would be like, "What are you doing?"
No reason to look like this.
Of course there is. We are going to be sitting in the den of the enemy. The elites of this city who spend their time at dinner parties with the mayor.
Doesn't mean you can't look respectable.
But we should be showing them that we don't respect them. We stand with the people.
You could look respectable and not respect them at the same time. Words, they speak louder. The way you look, they won't take you seriously.
Yeah, but who cares if they take it seriously? They're the enemy.
You'll never change minds like that.
So, what would you advise that I do? That I just clean up entirely? How respectful should we be of these people?
Just don't put extra dirt on yourself. That's absurd. It's like keep rubbing the dirt off of you. You can feel my hand. My hand is like super rough. It's like.
I feel like I feel like Ura is like trying to console Gage to restrain himself.
Yep.
So, Zijin would interpose himself between Ura and Gage and say, Hold on, Ura, I got it. And then I would invite Gage to walk a little bit away from the rest of the group. And Gage, or Zijin would say, Look, Gage, if you really want to mess with the mayor, this is how you do it. The dirt, yes, I'll have a problem with it, but as earthbenders, and because of the destruction, they're probably not going to think that much of it. No, if you really want to mess with them, you make sure that when you're supposed to use a fork, you use a spoon.
And when you're supposed to use a spoon, you use a fork.
And when you're supposed to use a knife, you use a spoon. They hate that shit. That kind of thing really messes with them. But the best thing about it is that it's such a small thing that they don't directly comment on it. They'll talk around it, but it will get under their skin like nothing else.
And they look back, and I'm standing right there. This is true. And eat with the wrong hand. And ask what each utensil's used for.
So Gage, it looked like so he was calling you out to So Uro was calling you out to restrain
Right, so
yourself. And
That's what I was sort of looking at. It looks like to call me out, he has to shift his balance and then call me out. At least that's how I read the rule.
I don't mind doing that.
yeah, so you shift your balance away from center and then name and roll with their principal.
Which would be restrained, presumably,
Yeah.
where I have a +0.
I'm gonna shift towards experience over humility.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Well, so if you're willing to shift, because you are basically now my lodestar, I have no ability to resist you anyway. So it's automatically as if you rolled a 10+. So whatever you get for a 10+.
What is it for a guide and comfort? Is that what we're looking at, or what?
This is call
This
someone.
isn't.
out.
This is
Balance
something different.
move.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and they're on a hit. They are called to act as you say. They must either do it or mark a condition.
So I mean, I will start cleaning myself up. That's why I was rolling restraint, but I realized to call someone out, it was probably the right thing. I now start cleaning myself up.
And I just like point towards Zijin and is like, he's smarter than he looks.
Look, I've been around these types of parties and everything before. They're nothing but pomp and circumstance and a bunch of blowhards that don't really know what's going on.
Oh, really? Where are you from again?
Why? I'm from here. And Zijin just gives you a shit-eating grin that you know is he's lying.
Like, fine. Keep your secrets. I'm the old man, so I can't say that.
Sakshik, are you gonna be doing anything in particular before we head to the dinner party?
No. No, not that I can think of.
Okay.
But I did forget to add that he was actually staying with the mayor.
He stayed last night. He could just be, it wasn't necessarily. He didn't necessarily I don't know if Sakshik was planning on staying another night, but
No.
That would be funny though if you like just moved in and then you just considered that to be your home now.
Change them from the inside. Smart thinking. Yeah, that Udo's like outfit is patchwork. Like it's not exactly great looking. So
Yeah, and it's out of style, right? It's like in the style of his time,
Right.
not necessarily like in the style of this time. So it's all the rage in Republic City, but here it's just kind of looks like it came off the bargain bin.
I'm a hipster.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we don't even know really how old he is. He could have the big pointy shoulders still.
Can I have big pointy shoulders? Because I want them.
They weren't
I don't know the
necessarily
time.
in they
Yeah,
weren't
but
necessarily in style for the time that you were
That was after me.
that was before you.
Oh, before me. Okay.
Yeah, like 100 years, 100 years or so before you. Is
Okay.
what I think that was when they had pointy
Yeah.
shoulders.
Yep.
Got it.
So you make your way to the mayor's. It's the only two-story building in town, and you hear like the as you're approaching, like the windows are lit with candlelight, or I guess they have electricity out here, so they're lit with electricity, and so you see like kind of bright lights emanating. It gives it like a warm, cozy glow. You hear the sound of music coming from inside. It sounds like a waltz. And so, what do you do? Are you saying something, Zhizhen?
Yeah, Zhizhen's shoulders slump. He says, crap. They're gonna expect us to dance.
Well,
Uh,
how old are you guys? Are you guys
like-
old enough to drink yet?
Yeah, I'm like 30.
Okay, cool.
I'm late teens.
Okay, it's not you. Got it.
Unless they have a bunch of women in there, I'm not sure that they're going to be asking us to dance.
Okay, I genuinely hope that's the case.
That's when you have the most fun. Get wild with it. Let's go.
So I will sigh.
I haven't been to a party in forever.
Walk up
Feels
to the
like
door.
years. Sorry.
So, yeah, assuming you knock on the door,
Yeah.
and you knock on the door, and a familiar face appears in view. Mayor Bota. He says, "Well, you arrived just in time. The food's almost ready. I hope you can't brought your appetites. And after dinner, there will be dancing. So I hope you bought your dancing shoes as well."
Oh, I did barefoot.
Or like dealer's choice. We can either dance, or we can do karaoke with my new radio. I've been getting a lot of use out of this thing.
Your what?
My radio.
What's that?
They have radios. Oh, it's like a new. Son, have you been living under a rock?
Did you just call me son?
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not from around here. Don't worry about it.
A radio is it's a newfangled device that will let you talk and listen through the airwaves from across the world. It's probably the
Sounds
best. It's the one of
Sounds
the
like
best.
sorcery.
It's one of the best inventions of this time.
Black magic.
No. It's technology.
I'll look at the other Jin. Oh wait, no, what were you again? Saksha. That's what you were. Does this sound right? Oh wait, you aren't out here. Fuck, you're inside, aren't you? Wait, did you come out, or are you still in
he
there?
He came with you guys.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
cool.
with you.
Yeah. Okay, cool. It's just like, does that sound right?
What, that you're a rock?
This radio device.
You'll be fine. You shouldn't be corrupted by it.
Oh, good. Proceed.
Always have a good old-fashioned witch burning.
So you get inside. You walk inside, and he says, the room is it's very cozy. There's a fireplace that's currently being fed, and it's kind of bathing the room in this warm light. There is a there's a large table that looks like it's got 10 seats, 10 chairs with dinner placements set up on them. And you recognize this is kind of where you were hanging out last. This is where you were hanging out. You were sleeping in the corner near the fireplace.
Okay.
Unlike the dirt floors of Taka's shack, the floors here are stone. And you have on the table there are candles that are burning and burning incense. It smells like rosemary. So you got this collection of smells. You see Gunshaw sitting at the table, and he gives you a look. And he waves and like gives you a smile, but like you can tell that he's not really smiling. His eyes aren't smiling. Next to him is sitting somebody also dressed in similar uniform. You would guess that this is somebody from one of his retinue, somebody from his camp. And you also see a young girl sitting at the table. Her face is scarred, and looks like she's been through a tragic accident of sorts.
Recently?
Not recently. It's healed somewhat, but it doesn't, it's kind of it's all scarred up.
So does the nature of the scarring, does it look like she was like cut up or in an explosion or burned or what?
It looks like she was cut up.
A sharp knife or with a claw?
It looks like something sharp. So as you're walking in, like you're garnering the attention of everybody. Gaige, when you see this girl, you recognize her. Message coming your way.
I just see Gunshaw, right, as the general guy.
Yeah.
Like, see him eyeing us, is like, just like turn to whoever's closest to me. He's like, such a serious man.
Well, we did talk him into coming to the dinner party tonight.
Oh,
So,
did you?
Yeah, he no doubt blames us.
We'll have to apologize to them. Or not, I don't know. We'll see how the night goes.
Come on, sit. Take a load off. You've had a long day. I'd love to hear about it.
Yeah, I mean, you would all see that Gaige is completely frozen, staring at the girl. At which point, after a couple of seconds, he says, "I I have to go," and he turns and just leaves.
Shijin mutters to himself
Can
quietly, wish I had thought of that.
Can I grab him by the scruff as he tries to go?
Um, you could, um, I suppose you could try to. I mean, so you're grabbing him at the scruff. What was the plan after that?
Make sure he doesn't leave. Hey, got a party here. It's rude to leave so early. I just like look to the party. Give us a moment.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, listen, if you want to discuss this, we should discuss it outside.
What moment? I'll step outside with him. Step away. What's got your heckles up?
I know that girl, and the injuries she suffered, those probably are my fault. I knew her
What?
very well, and things did not go well, to the point where this is the first time I've seen her since I maybe caused those injuries.
Well,
And you could see she was completely upset to see me, so she's a good person. I really have no desire to ruin whatever level of a good time she might have at this dinner party, or make her time here in this village any harder than it needs to be. So I can't stay.
hmm.
But I look forward to hearing how you stuck it to the man when you're done. But do me a favor and look out for her. Just if she can find some room for laughter, I hope she can find it.
Perhaps that laughter might come if you could provide some sort of closure for her.
I don't know what closure is going to heal her scars.
No, that doesn't happen. But still, I will not stop you. But I think it might be worth staying. Up to you. Now just turn
I will,
and go back
I will,
inside.
So, I start to say something, and he turns and walks inside, and
I mean, if
I'm
you're
like,
gonna stay, I'll grab the door. Yes.
I'll think about what you said. I don't think right now, with me being stunned and her being equally stunned, is the best time for me to stammer my way through an apology that she may not be welcoming when she hears it. Uh, Presumably, she's not visiting the town for an evening, so if I can think of a way to try to help provide her closure, which I can guarantee you I'll be thinking about for the rest of tonight. I will try to affect something in that regard in the next day or two.
It comes up, I will make sure she is aware of your remorse.
I appreciate that. That may be the best possible first step. And I'm going back to targets.
Don't have too much fun while we're gone.
All right.
Now go back inside.
And I'm taking out one of the, flasks of alcohol that I found in the rubble.
Okay, good, because I didn't want to give you my gourd.
The gourd is for the party.
Yeah, that's my party gourd. You can't have a good party without a gourd. Come on now. Everybody knows this. This is how I do my party tricks. I am a, knocking shit over here. I am a fiery, firebender here, so, obviously I could do flame breathing. I mean, come on.
Yeah. If you mentioned that you possess such a skill, you would be encouraged to, of course, show it off.
I mean, of course I'm going to mention, especially the more I drink.
Ura's just gonna go around saying, "Flavio, hot man."
So you go back inside. The girl that was sitting there is no longer there. She's not sitting in the place where she was. And you see Mayor Bota say, "Is everything okay? Or is everything is everything okay out there? Is Gaige coming back? Where'd he go?"
He had a bit of a upset stomach.
Was it the dancing?
We may never know.
Secretly, that was the real reason I left.
He
I
just was
never-
given an extra reason.
I never learned to dance.
Oh, neither did Ura.
Well, that's a shame. I hope his stomach feels better. Maybe we can give you some leftovers to go.
I'm sure you would like that. What happened to the young girl?
Oh, Dwala? She ran upstairs. Said she needed to use the bathroom real quick. I wasn't gonna stop a lady from doing her business. She's if you couldn't tell, she is with the Air Nation. They came a bit sooner than I anticipated. They said they were gonna be a couple of days, but she said she flew all day to get here. Said something about being nearby, and the other person she was with stayed behind to kind of finish things up where they were at. But she seemed pretty tired. I had to do some extra convincing for a dinner party. I hope I didn't mess up on my part.
Well, let's not let their early departures ruin a good time.
Take a swig.
Oh, and here's my Sakshik and Zhizhin. Here's my I'll introduce you to everybody. I'm sure you know Gunshaw. It seems like you are acquainted already, but there's Gunshaw. This is one of his lieutenants. And Peter, I don't really know army rank, so if I totally botch the orders, just freaking
Fantasy world, fantasy army ranks.
Yeah, exactly. So don't worry about it.
This is one of his lieutenants, Mew. And well, that was Nuala's upstairs, and my assistant Chung Li is going to be taking notes in the corner. She always standard procedure. She always takes notes on these dinner parties. And you see Chung Li. I'll spell that out. I also finished reading a book series somewhat recently that had that name, so I was like, that's a good name. So you see a woman wearing kind of thin framed glasses with pulled back hair in the corner, sitting at like a simple desk with a typewriter. And when he points her out to her, she looks up at you and then waves. Then it gets back to typing.
And what is she doing?
Oh, just in case I need to, in case I forget details. I try to remember details from all the distinguished guests that we get, so that I can file them away in the old memory bank. But sometimes it takes some study, and I have to. It takes more than just a few meetings. So Chung Li is my assistant. She helps me out with all sorts of things, but documenting my dinner parties is one of them.
I just look over to her. Sounds riveting. It's like an almost look of pity towards her.
She gives you like a pained look, like.
Well, we'll be sure to give you something fun to write about.
Swig.
Fire.
Do it again. Oh, are you a firebender?
No. Maybe a little.
Oh. Well, if you do you know any of those tricks? Like I've heard in the Fire Nation they've got all these festivals where they've got fire jugglers and fire breathers and people can turn into dragons or create dragons of fire and fly around.
Where's that move in the list? Shit. Hold on. I want to know that one.
I got a trick or two. Most of them I can't do inside, though, but,
Well, maybe we can move out later after dancing or karaoke to show your skills. Really turn up the heat on this party.
it would be quite warm. Let us eat.
Yes. It'll be ready in just a moment. And after about 5 minutes, there's like a room in the back, and out comes someone who's bringing a few plates. A few platters. One appears to be stuffed eggplant rolls on one, and sesame coated tofu bites on another, as well as some pan fried dumplings. And brings it out and sets it down. He's like, "This is first course. Try to feed my dinner guests well."
So does he have like normal utensils? What does he got? Chopsticks? What are we working with here?
Yeah, there are chopsticks.
Got it.
No necessarily fork or knives.
Hard to be offensive with chopsticks.
You
Unless you
would
wanna
think
start-
so.
Unless you want to start stabbing things, but I don't know if I have that capability. I feel like this chopsticks. I'm just gonna use them like chopsticks.
Um,
I imagine Jijin had been prepared for this circumstance and also knows of a way to use chopsticks just inappropriately enough to draw attention, but not so much as to cause any actual discourse about what he's doing.
yeah, I mean, Jishin would know that if you wanted to be, if it is considered uncouth when using chopsticks to use your hand too close to the food, because then you're like touching the food. Like most people, especially in like fine dining, like grab higher up on the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
So
He's real close, and he's using two hands.
Or he just puts the chopsticks together and reaches in and picks up the food and puts it into the chopstick.
Puts it on the chopsticks and holds the chopsticks like this. If he does that, I'm not going to say anything.
After a little bit, the girl comes back down, and it looks like she's been crying, and she's got a little sniffly, but she seems composed, and she takes her place that she was sitting at before, at the table, and begins to eat. She is eating, like she is scarfing down this food. It looks like she acts like she hasn't eaten all day. She's wearing a. Let's see if I can. Let me see if I can get a picture.
Have an estimate of like how old she is?
Yes. Let me. She looks as if she is, in her like. At least she looks like she's like a teenager. Like maybe 13, 14, 15. It's kind of tough to tell. It's kind of tough to tell in that age, but she's somewhere probably around there.
Sachik puts away his makeshift pocket watch that he'd been looking at, checking the time to see how long she was gone, and then puts it in his pocket and begins to watch her. And then at some point, I'm going to try to attempt to ask her a couple questions during the evening.
Was Sakshik using his observe, like his ability that like observing somebody for like all?
Yeah,
10 minutes?
I'm using suspicious mind.
Suspicious mind.
I would just point out that I think she might be older than 15. Like, because it's been several years since I left the Air Nation.
Oh, okay.
That would put her like 10 when she got injured.
How?
I never pictured her quite that young.
That's fair. How old should Nuala be? Or how old
Yeah, I
would
mean,
she be?
she could still be significantly younger than me, but I would think she'd be at least like 20.
Okay, we'll go.
And that would put her like 15 or so when she got injured, and I was probably like early to mid 20s.
Okay, she's 21 then. So she's old enough to drink from Ura's gourd.
Got it.
By the way, Jijin loves that this girl is here, not because he has any idea who she is, but because if things get unbearable, he can always just ask So how'd you get those scars? And know that it would completely blow up the party.
Blow up on our companion too.
Oh, this is
Yeah, I mean, right. He doesn't know that
Right.
I was involved in giving her those scars.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just, it's always good to pick on the crippled and scarred people in the crowd for a
Right.
good time.
Hmm.
I was trying to get the robe in like a formal picture, but I just pasted the link to what her garb looks like that she's wearing. Like this yellow, this like orange robe with a yellow, like a red belt and a yellow undershirt. So, what are you guys, what you're eating, presumably, or what are you doing? The food's out. Is everybody gonna partake? Um, are you
Oh
drinking
yeah,
from Ura's gourd?
Jijin is definitely gonna eat. I mean, one of the only saving graces of these things is that the food is usually pretty good. Usually.
I'm not 100% certain that I would offer the gourd to anyone.
Okay.
After
Eat.
enough drinks, you would.
Roll harmony and see if.
I might take some of the other drinks and start pouring it in if I
Hmm.
finish the gourd, right?
So after a bit, uh, the girl polishes like at least half the dumplings and a good chunk of the tofu. Um, and uh, she looks visibly relieved, and she turns I guess the woman turns to you uh, Sakshik. You look like you're not from this village. Are you? I guess all of you kind of have a bit of a distinguished look. Um,
Distinguished, that's what I like to hear.
I offer her some of the dumplings that I did. The dumplings I did not eat.
she's like, oh, for me, and she like takes it and then like starts scarfing them down.
Okay.
How do you know the mayor?
We don't.
Oh,
We assisted him in helping find survivors from the incident with the spirits.
We also drove back the spirits.
oh, do tell. I'm I'm here. I'm here on the request of the mayor to investigate the spirits. My companion will be joining me. Will be joining me as soon as she's able to. But I got a head start.
It's nothing a little bit of raw power can't deal with.
I don't think that spirits don't typically respond very well to displays of power. They just act on a different harmony and energy to our own. There must be something more to it than that. How did you drive them away?
Definitely something disturbing them. I can't remember. That was a long time ago for me. You're muted.
They wanted everybody out of their village.
Mm. Right. But then how do we drive them back? We just overpowered them, right?
Right. Well, we didn't really overpower them. We fought them enough that they essentially just gave up and left. But I don't think we were on the verge of like destroying them. I think we were enough of an annoyance for them to leave.
Right. I was like, no, we basically just overpowered them. They didn't want any of this.
You don't say. There's something about you.
Distinguished, I think was the word.
Distinguished, yes. You have a long story behind your name. This isn't maybe I don't believe that you could just drive spirits away with raw power. There must be something more, and you have an energy, a spiritual energy about you.
Thank you for noticing. I just getting a little tipsy. Yeah, I spent some time over there. It's fine.
It's a wonderful place, isn't it? Some of the most beautiful creatures I've ever seen have been in the spirit world. Just flitting. Just watching them in their natural habitat. So unaware of the uncouth
The political
nature
powers here. Yeah.
Yeah, the uncouth nature of our existence, at least on this side of in this material world.
Yet these spirits seem to think that this village was theirs. And perhaps one day it could be. But they don't need to attack it to take it.
I wouldn't think so. Spirits are only typically hostile if something is hostile towards them.
Oh, I know.
What have you learned of the spiritual nature of this place?
Have you seen the lotuses outside?
I'm afraid I haven't. I'm quite exhausted. I've flown all night, or I've flown all day on my sky bison, and I just got here. I just arrived to the Maris, and it was almost dinner time, so here I am.
What's everybody else doing? What's the mayor and them doing right now? Are they chatting or are they listening to us?
The mayor is really into his radio.
Got it.
He keeps changing the stations because he can't find quite the right song that he's looking for. He's like trying to set the mood.
Oh, he's one of those. He's like gets like 2/3 into a song, he changes it to the next one, and then he gets like and they change it. Oh my god.
The worst. If a song gets interrupted, I start it over.
Yeah.
But honestly, we might be able to sneak out and I could show it to you. It is It has changed since last night.
Oh? Is... Well, I hear that there's still at least 2 other courses, so
Are you still hungry?
very.
I'll look around. Is there anything left on the table?
Not really.
Alright. Damn.
Not really. But after the mayor, he's fiddling with the radio, and he
This
finally
witch box, yeah.
the witch box, and he finally lands on a song, and he's like, oh, I love this song, and
Desperado.
Then he changes it.
I was thinking Umbop, but
No, this one he's like this song touches me every time,
The
and
trap version of Leaves on the Vine.
it is Leaves on the Vine. It is Leaves on a Vine. Most people would recognize that. It's a classic song. It's been around for 100 years. Even you would recognize this song, Ura.
How old was I whenever it came out though? Was I like old already or?
This would have been like, maybe a couple years around the time that you kind of entered the spirit world, like a little bit before. So it was like around the time where you were an active Fire Nation soldier.
Okay. So the song, all right. So the song comes on, and I was like, "Oh hey, I remember this song. Came out when I was around."
Where is it on? I love this song, and he like is dancing. And he's like clearly practicing his moves as he's like waltzing away to the back room, and he comes out like very flowingly, and he brings out a bowl of jasmine rice, a large pot of stew. Um, it looks like there are large. Looks like inside there's a bunch of vegetables like potatoes, carrots, onions, and large chunks of meat. He's got a plate, like a platter of stuffed peppers, and then a mushroom mix. So he brings this all out and says, "Main course is served. I hope you enjoy. Can I fill you up on your? Well, I see you brought your own drink. I've got some ginger lemon punch, and I got some jasmine tea, iced, of course."
Not stiff enough. But you know what? I would like some tea.
He will fill you up.
I'll let the girl make her plate first before I get any.
Okay. Yeah, she heaps on a big plate of bok choy, grabs a stuffed pepper, and mounts it with rice. Mounts it all with rice.
I get the same thing that she gets. I'm going to take a little bit more than I think I'm going to eat because I intend to give what's left over to her.
Okay. Um, so she's gonna she'll continue eating through, and she starts to slow down towards the end of her plate, but she manages to finish. And she'll turn and says, since she's spoken with Ura, it's like, so where did your friend go?
Seems he was a bit stricken with grief at your presence.
Oh. I mean,
He feels responsible. He'll say quietly so that people don't really try and overhear.
But since he's really deaf and he can't tell how loud he is, he talks
What?
really loud.
Since he's drunk and head
Yeah.
deaf.
Yeah.
Oh, what friend? No. I'm perfectly functional ears, this guy. Just because I look decrepit doesn't mean every part of me is decrepit. I got those Brock eyes, Brock from Pokemon. Well, you can't see his eyes.
Yeah.
But I can see. It's fine.
She says, well, in a way he was. It set me back. And it took a long time to recover. And I was secretly hoping somewhere, like, am I traveling to Earth Kingdom, as we've been investigating. My friend and I have been investigating the spirit realm, or these spirit attacks. I was secretly hoping that someday I'd run into him somewhere. It's a big kingdom. But I just thought I was ready, and turns out I wasn't.
He did not wish to cause you any more heartache, headache, any sort of pain, it would seem. So he left immediately. But if ever you wish to see him, I know where he's staying.
I don't know. It just sounds just like it's like he did the last time I saw him. He just ran away. I mean, if someone keeps running, when do you stop chasing?
Don't worry. I'll give him a swift kick for you.
He won't be running anymore.
After a little bit, as the food starts to be cleared away, or as it starts to go down, like a second a second bowl of rice is brought out by one of the cooks that's in the back kitchen, and he's carrying, as he sets down the rice, he has a slip of paper or parchment that he is folded, and he passes it over he drops it in front of Nuala and says, "This is for you, my dear." And he walks away back to the back room. she opens it up and reads it. She opens it up and reads it, and as you can like see her mouth the words, she just kind of tears start to well in her eyes, and then she just folds it. She folds it up. And says, I think I'm ready for karaoke.
I feel like there's a dessert first.
Yeah, you forgot it. You forgot. We've got apple pie. Oh boy. And you see like Mayor Bota is like he's unlacing his pants because he's in his like he's just really just his stomach is just bulging. He's just really enjoying himself.
I was going to say, I didn't realize it was that kind of party.
Right. There's two women in this whole room.
Everybody put your keys in this bowl.
So yeah, apple pie would be brought out, so it's out on the table, so everybody can feel free to partake if they wish.
So,
what are you guys doing at this point?
so if I offer her some of the food that the extra food, did she eat it or?
She did eat it. Yeah,
Okay.
she didn't eat all of it because she's getting full, but she did eat some of it.
She may have a tapeworm.
She may have a what?
A tapeworm.
Tapeworm. Okay. What did she do with that letter or the note she got? She put it in a pocket or something?
Yeah, she folds it up and puts it into like a pocket, what you would imagine to be a pocket in her robes.
Good news, I hope.
Something like that.
So, Mayor, is it time for karaoke? You should start things off with a song.
Oh, well, gladly. And he starts. He starts. He has his. So he uses his radio to also communicate because it's like a ham radio type deal. So he like he uses the receiver or like the microphone as a karaoke microphone.
Mm.
And
I'm sure he's doing like check one, check, and it's feet back. And...
yeah, yeah. And he starts belting out love ballads.
So they have working microphones too?
Well, this isn't like amplifying his voice. He's just very loud, but he's using like the microphone that one would use in like a ham radio setup as the microphone.
So he's just
he's singing to the world.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is the girl doing when this starts?
She's watching the mayor. With a look of confusion.
I look at her and say, "It's loud in here. because he's probably doesn't realize how loud he is.
A little bit.
Let's step outside for a minute.
It sounds like a good idea. As you can step outside. You would look behind. If you looked behind you, you would see Gunshaw looking at you enviously. And
You know what? I would go to Gunshaw, and right after taking a swig, and offer them the gourd.
they take 2 swigs, and then they hand it back to you. And then, but like as they as it gets in your hand, they're like, "Wait a minute." They take a third.
Yeah, I don't even reach for it. I'm like, yeah, one more. Yeah, there we go. Gonna limber you up. I just say, see, you were dreading this. I'm gonna make sure you have a good time.
Well, I hope so. I think I'm gonna need it to get through karaoke.
As I sort of shake the gourd, yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go in towards the kitchens.
Okay.
and then he could have his conversation with the girl.
Yeah. So Sakshik, you and Nuala step outside.
Okay.
The night air is cool. You didn't really realize how warm that house was, or how warm the house was until you stepped out. It's
I was there.
It's pleasantly cool. Yeah, because this distinguished gentleman was there.
So I'm going to try Suspicious Mind on her.
Okay.
See if she'll answer a couple questions. Roll. What the crap? That's a total. Oh, does it give me a total?
It did.
I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, 10. Very good.
Yeah. Can you post Suspicious Mind again?
Yeah.
All right, so you can ask 2 of those questions.
Okay.
To ask player questions while you observe or interact with them. So this would be like something like as you're talking or watching her.
Yeah.
Like you can interject and
Yeah, we're kind of like talking outside, relieved that it's nice and cool and not so friggin' loud, and I'm sure she's happy to be kind of out of there because it seems like she's under a lot of stress. So I'll just, and then when interject, you got some letter, you seemed upset earlier. Now you seemed a little bit upset moments ago when you received a note. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I just received a note from. Yeah, are you traveling with Gaige?
Yes, I am.
Him and I go back quite a ways. We used to be really good. We used to be great friends. And there was a terrible accident, or there was an accident, and well, it left a few scars left a few scars, both visible and invisible.
Mm.
And I just wasn't I wasn't prepared to see him today, despite me thinking I was. But he did write a note. He must be around.
I'm sure he is. Are you going to be okay to be here if he is in the area?
I should be. I have a duty to perform while I'm here. I must at least be fit enough to perform it.
Hmm.
But he's I just fear that he's lost. He seemed lost when I knew him before, and he doesn't seem like he's any more found than he was.
Hmm.
Just I would love to speak with him. At some point, I do have something for him, and the off chance that I would come across him, I do have a gift.
What? Yeah. No. Would you mind helping me get it on right?
Yeah, I'll help you.
No, I want her.
Trying to think if I would ask her if what this gift is, or do I want to ask, should I feel safe around Gaige, considering what happened to her? I think I'm not going to ask her what she brought. I don't know. I don't. Um, did he lash out against you, or did something happen that resulted in your injuries?
He was doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. And
It's super vague.
You say that to her?
Yes, that is super vague.
he was snooping through one of the other airbending masters' rooms. I don't know what he was doing, but when I confronted him with the said master, well, he ran and left behind a few scars.
But how were you hurt when this happened?
I'd like to believe that he wouldn't attack me, but I've never heard his side of the story.
Wow. Sorry to hear this. Oh, go ahead.
It's okay. I just need time to process. It's been a long day.
Yeah. Thinking to myself, like, time to process. It's been how many years? You still haven't processed? No. It's like that. So let's get back inside the festivities. Shall we sing a song together?
Sure.
Okay. Do you know Suspicious Minds?
I don't.
It's easy enough. So,
Well, I will try. I will sing the chorus.
okay.
Um, what is Zhizhen doing?
Well, I would like to attempt to assess the situation.
Sure. Yeah, roll with creativity.
Of course.
Too loud.
So,
So what was Zhizhen doing? Like, was he just kind of scanning the room, or?
yeah, just kind of scanning the room, kind of considering the situation, and uh, what he was trying to figure out is what is the best way to get through this dinner party with as much sanity as he can muster intact. Um, as well as just kind of seeing what if there's anything that he needs to be on the lookout for, but um, with so is the Mayor Bota um how how attentive is he to what's going on while he is singing?
Oh, not at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
So in
he's.
that case, I am going to go over to Gunshot and his lieutenant and say, um, hey, any of you interested in making this evening a little bit more fun?
I Gunshaw looks and he looks back at you, and he's got a little bit of a glaze in his eyes, as the gourd sake has done its magic, and he says, "Yeah, that sounds great. Uh, do you want to fight?"
Oh,
I don't want to fight. I want to make some money. So I was thinking of a wager.
What sort
Betting
of
on
wager?
fighting is good.
Uh, well, you know, wanna wanna see uh um how many buns we can toss into Mayor Bota's bowl while he's not looking.
It doesn't sound as fun as not. It doesn't sound as fun as fighting, but uh, uh, why don't
Or if there's some other,
yeah,
thing that we can do that kind of basically what I'm trying to do is do
right.
something that um kind of like it when somebody's sleeping and you see like how many things you can stack on that person before they wake up.
Okay.
Some kind of game like that.
Um,
So
well, I'm ready to get out of here. What we could do to get out is we could accidentally pour a drink uh, on the radio. If it was just an accident, I'm sure he would call the dinner party off immediately, and we could be on our merry way.
Um, even Jijin knows that's a bad idea. Like, he's all for messing with the mayor, but to risk destroying his favorite toy, Jijin would be like, how about something that's a little less likely to get us thrown in jail?
Who's gonna throw us in jail? I'm sorry. I don't normally drink. This must be the whatever was in that gourd. Of course. No. Yeah. We can throw breadsticks in the mayor's bowl just to pass the time, I suppose. Mew, you take first aim.
Alright. 10 woo bucks to the person that gets the most in without getting noticed.
Alright. So, say that'd be a rely on your skills and training move.
Okay.
I'm singing with the mayor. I don't know what I'm singing. I'm just like la-ing along because I don't know these modern day songs, right?
Yeah, he is fully he doesn't even notice. He's only hearing himself right now. Jijin, you toss a breadstick in, and it bounces off and clatters onto the table, and Mew throws one in, and it hits. And
Good shot.
Thanks. I'm a perfect marksman in all facets. He says rather woodenly. So you guys can keep playing this game, back and forth, and I'd say you're able to. I'd say you would be able to. There, you would lose. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose my 10 woo bucks.
Yeah. How many rounds are you gonna play?
Probably go like, I don't know, 2-3 rounds,
Okay.
and then eventually, after it is clear that Jijin's getting his clock cleaned, he would go, all right, double or nothing. Next one.
Yeah. So you would lose like all three in a row, and so you're down 30 woo bucks at this point, and then so you do double or nothing. So make another rely on your skills and training roll.
Okay. Oh my Maddox, let me roll my dice.
Daddy's got woo bucks on the line.
And you've yet to sink a successful one, and you just see Mew looks over at you, and he's just like locked eyes, and he throws it in, and it makes it.
Don't play beer pong.
Jijin is quite upset, but at least it made this evening more interesting.
So you are down 40 woo bucks.
be 60, double or nothing.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, double or nothing. You're down 60 V-Bucks. Thank you. Um, so, Sakshik, as you're opening the door to go back in, and you you swear you feel like a slight tremble, and like you're looking around, and you're trying to ascertain where it comes from, um, and you're not terribly certain.
Is it like the ground or?
Yeah, it almost feels like there's like a minor earthquake.
Okay. Sure. Have I felt this before since I've been in this town? Is this known for seismic activity here? Or?
You have not felt this before. It is in the mountains, so I guess it typically wouldn't be unheard of. But you haven't felt it while you've been here.
Okay, is the girl next to me or near me?
Yeah, she's still with you.
Okay, so when I notice that, I kind of look over to see if she notices anything.
She looks down. She looks down and says,
Did you notice something?
Is there an earthquake?
Oh.
It's starting. It feels like it's growing, or it feels like it's getting worse. And like she's like trying to understand whether or not it's coming from the mayor singing. Just to rule out all possibilities. She's like, no, it's I don't know where exactly it's coming from. It's not really my not really my element. But something seems off. And she's gonna go and like she's gonna start like she pulls out a glider, like she has like a staff, and she pulls it out, and it like flips out into like a glider.
Like a legit glider.
Like a legit glider.
Okay. All
And
right. Cool.
she takes off and flies up into the night sky.
Yeah.
I look back at character's name. Aura. So I'm looking for him.
La la la.
Yeah, he's got his. Yeah.
La, la.
I go back. I go in and kind of grab him by the elbow. Come with me.
I'm being summoned. 1 second.
Did you notice anything? Did you feel the earth move under your feet?
Not in many years.
And you would notice, Aura, like now that you're outside, like in addition to being inebriated, but you also feel like the ground is moving underneath you.
Yeah. Making my feet unsteady.
And then after a minute, it stops altogether.
Okay.
And you see in the distance, above like the buildings, you see a green light shoot up into the sky. First, like a single, like almost like a laser beam, and it's like everybody can see it. You see this green light shoot up into the sky, and then you see several green lights shoot up around it. So it forms this column of light, this pillar of light, and the spaces between the light beams slowly start to merge so that there is no space. So it is just a pure column of this greenish glow. Ura would recognize this as the glow, that he could recognize this as the glow of the mark, the same glow.
And is that coming from the market square or somewhere else?
Yeah, this is coming in the direction of the market of the central square. You're muted.
Where that mark was.
Yep.
Did we leave anybody inside? No.
Yeah.
Jijin is still inside.
Vision.
Oh yeah. Who's faster?
I don't know, but the girl that was here earlier took off on a glider. So
Go get that one. And I'll just start
All right.
I'll start running.
Where is Ura running?
Towards the light.
Towards the light.
he's an old man. Go towards
I'm
him.
getting there. I'm getting there.
All right. Gaige, you would feel the ground shake too, from where you're at inside Taka's. And
I mean, so just like my message said, just lost in thought.
that's right.
Just as easy for me to, think while I'm walking. So if there's a tremor, I would at least go and make sure there's nothing wrong. And if I see these green lights, I would definitely head in that direction. I mean, obviously, if it's coming from the mark, and it seems likely that it is, that could just mean more attacks. So I would actually rush there. Like I would use my air scooter to get there quickly, in case anybody's being attacked.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, I did not see your message before I said that. So yeah, Ura and Gaige, you would arrive at the square, and you see the area where you see this column of light exactly where the mark was, and the area that where the black lotuses have all like they seem to be shooting out this beam and emitting this light, and it's kind of got this crackling effect to it, and it's like you would expect to hear sound, but it's just dead silent, and it's almost like walking into like the silent spell. You can't hear anything. It's and coming from it.
How far away before sound disappears?
This would be about 30 feet or so.
So yeah, my first concern would be inside or outside that radius. If there are any looky-loos who don't look like they can handle themselves, telling them to just get away and take cover. If one of the earthbending students or teachers is there, that's fine. What was the earthbending master's name? I don't recall.
Master Puhan.
Puhan, right. Like if he were there, I wouldn't necessarily tell him to go find cover, but if the confirmed bachelor is there, yeah, he should probably get away.
The confirmed bachelor actually, he actually was. You see him sleeping outside one of the buildings. He wasn't able to find an indoor floor, so you could. He's awake, he's awake and he would heed your warnings. He's like, oh, I gotta find another place to sit or another place to sleep tonight.
Yeah, there's free food at the mayor's. He has at least one extra open place for you to go get a meal.
Well, has he started karaoke yet? Whatever. And he heads that direction.
And then, especially when I see Ura, I would start to, cautiously approach. I'm just assuming that Ura, if the crackling is some sort of lightning, that Ura can, redirect the lightning. That's a skill all firebenders have, right?
I haven't decided yet. I got one more technique I can use for bastard, I believe.
Well, then redirecting lightning is a little situational. You may want generate lightning instead.
Right.
So out of the so I guess is Jijin also. So Sakshik was going to chase after. What was Sakshik doing?
I was going inside to get
Jijin,
and then head that way. And as I see the confirmed bachelor come by, headed in that direction, I make sure he finds his way. So karaoke started. You better hurry.
Food's still there?
Oh, there's still food. Apple pie.
Oh, great. There's a light. There's a light in the town square. Looks ominous. Be careful.
You do as well.
So, by the time Sakshik finds Jijin, Jijin is clearly a bit sauced because he couldn't afford to keep spending money on the game, so instead he suggested they turn it into a drinking game, and he has done several shots in that period of time.
Nice. You're muted, Tony.
Yeah, and he keeps losing, so. I would have used my flame charge to get there as quickly as possible. I know I used it the last time, but I still don't have it to be able to add on to my sheet.
Oh yeah, that's right. I can add that really quick. I'm trying to see if there's a condition, like a drunk condition, but there is not. So that is fine. That feels like a thing that might be worth adding. It's worth adding at a different time.
The flame charge is from the one Tong PDF.
Seems like it might be impaired is his closest thing to drunk.
Yeah.
Which is a status, not a condition.
That makes sense. So yeah, say Jijin, I think it would make sense that you'd be impaired.
Okay.
And Ura, I think it would make sense that you'd also be impaired.
A seasoned drinker? What are you talking about? Putting on a show!
Now you're getting up and moving around.
Fine, I'll shake it off.
Not to mention that old liver just isn't what it used to be. In fact, it's probably much worse off.
I don't know what you mean.
Pickled.
So everybody arrives to this pillar of light, and out of it you see three kind of hulking. You see three hulking creatures that appear as if they're made of shadow. That come lumbering out, and like they come out of directly of this pillar, but so like they kind of come out, and then as they step into the material world, they kind of fill out. So it's almost like as if light is refracting, and then projecting into this full image. Not that they're made of light, but like that's kind of how they get through. And you see three of these creatures. And the way they move, they move on all fours, and they kind of like skitter around, and they are looking around, and they see you, and they immediately head in your direction.
So they walk a bit like an ape.
Yeah. So, we're not gonna necessarily run like a three verse 4, because I think that'll take a while. How you see these three creatures coming at you? How do you guys react? What are you gonna do? And that'll kind of dictate how like this will shake out.
That's a mighty fine question.
I mean, do they look like they're about to? I mean, how hostile do they look? Is there any reaction aside from defending that seems available or reasonable? I guess we could run away.
Right. I mean, as you think about that, my first thought is assess the situation. Although one of the questions is not like, the first thought is assess the situation. The second thought is to try to talk to them, because we were able to talk to the platypus bears in the end. And so maybe, we can talk them into not doing whatever it is they intend to do. But assess the situation, because I'm not exactly sure what they're here to do. Like, they're relatively big, but they're not like the platypus bears. Probably not like they're going to start knocking down buildings. Maybe they are that big.
Yeah.
But if they're not here to knock down buildings, and I've yelled for everyone to sort of find cover, then they're probably not going to hurt anyone. But then I'm not really sure what they're planning on. So probably the first logical step is to assess something about what it is they're here to do, then to try to talk them out of it, because it's probably not good. Maybe they're just here because they heard there was a gourd.
They heard the gourd, yeah.
The famous gourd.
Right.
Famous karaoke and gourd.
That's fair.
That's going to be the next inn that we build. Once this one's probably going to get destroyed at some point, so we'll build a new one called the Karaoke and Gourd.
That said, assess the situation doesn't really have, and one of the questions you get to ask is not like, what are they looking to do? It's not exactly like, sense motive kind of a thing.
We need that suspicious mind.
I mean, are the questions just samples, or is it literally those questions?
It is literally those questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So like, it's.
I mean, I guess I could go with, assuming I got a success to begin with. I guess I could go with, what should I be on the lookout for, in terms of, obviously these things is one answer, but another answer is, what are these things likely to do?
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's like,
So
what?
yeah, then I would assess the situation.
Okay.
Do you want me to roll?
That's a creativity roll.
Yeah. Okay, I'll roll then.
Hey. So
I get to ask one question, which would be, what should I be on the lookout for? As in, what do I need to protect from these things?
So as they were coming out of this, as they were materializing into this world, you noticed that they were kind of darting their heads around to look, as if they were looking for something. And when they saw you, they immediately headed in your direction.
Yeah, it would totally not have occurred to him that he's the one who he needs to protect. Doesn't occur to him he'd be their target, but that makes sense. Maybe they're here to talk.
So question about the impaired condition. So does that mean anytime I take a physical action, I either take a -2 or mark a fatigue? Or is it?
I think that is what it is.
Yeah,
you take a -2, or you can choose to take a fatigue.
The thing that I don't
roll without the penalty.
Yeah, the thing I don't remember off the top of my head is like whether or not a status clears after you've like effectively won round, or like when the status is clear.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, I think whatever the official rule is, because this is brought on by alcohol, we can assume that, whenever he sobers up, it would clear.
Yeah. Unless you get knocked really good. Sometimes if you're pretty drunk and then you get like hit really hard, like you sober up pretty quick.
So I guess here's a question that might be interesting. Have I seen things like this before? Do these jog memory?
Yeah, you've seen like dark. You would know that like dark spirits come in all kind of different shapes and sizes, and they kind of shift their natures to they shift their form to basically fit what they're trying to fit whatever their goal is at the time. So you've seen dark spirits, or you mean earlier, but also in the spirit world.
Right.
So like these don't like appear to be like any special brand per se.
But generally, would they have been something I would have tended to try and avoid?
Yeah,
lest I be attacked.
Yeah, you would have generally avoided them. To go searching for, to go picking a fight with a dark spirit is usually not a winning battle.
Okay.
And it does say in the rules that the status disappears when the fiction changes, so that if the status is on fire and doomed, when you dive into a lake, the status would go away.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That tracks with tracks. All right. So, one of them comes up to you, Gaige, and it grabs you, or it attempts to grab you with one of its claws. Like it has these big claw-like hands, and it tries to grab you and pick you up.
So how big is it relative to me?
This is about this one is about 8 feet tall.
Yeah. I mean, I would have tried to avoid being grabbed. If he was trying to take my hand, okay, maybe I would allow that. But if he's trying to essentially grapple me,
Yeah.
obviously that's not good.
Okay. You can rely, maybe make a rely on your skills and training roll to try to evade.
You're rolling privately.
Oh, am I?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. What do you know? Yeah, I switched it to public. I got a 12. Sure, Dustin saw it.
Yeah, nice. So, you do it. You do it. So you're.
Yeah, I
what
I
does
would
that look
assume
like?
that I would as it reaches out to grab me, and I realize that this is essentially going south because I don't know why he would try to hoist me up. I very quickly like force my hand down, and there's a blast of air that lifts me up off the ground, and I flip over its arm and land essentially next to where I was.
It turns. It turns and looks at you, and then it like has this otherworldly screech. As you see several other shapes, shadows elicit out of come out of the the column of light.
I mean,
And they materialize.
I would say at that point, hold there. Is there something we can help you with? We don't want any hostility between us and the spirits. We're on your side.
Um,
That might be a plead. I'm awful at plead.
I'd say that um, this particular spirit isn't really isn't
It doesn't care what I think.
it doesn't care what you think. It's gonna do what it's gonna do. Yeah, and with that, you see this spirit amongst uh, like 4 others rushing at you, Gaige, and you see one of the other 8-foot ones rushing after you, Ura, and then you have one of the other ones that is coming at Sakshik and Zhizhen. So we will just do what I'll do is I'll just do three different like combat exchanges that is kind of each of you kind of grappling against against this wave of creatures.
Yes.
So we'll do this first. gauge in that. So you should be able to see your cards. Do you see the card choices?
Yep.
Deal all. Nice. And then do that. All right, Gage. You are up.
So stance move, or what do we do here?
Yeah. So roll your stance move.
Oh God.
Yeah.
So I take a condition because we have our special rule.
Yep. So which condition, how does Gage, kind of describe what that looks like?
So I'm already insecure because I hadn't cleared that from previously, which really worked into the whole Nuala situation. But with that, I think I would become angry, as once again the spirits are coming to attack us, and I do not understand their reasoning. So Ura at least can see that there is a fire in my eyes now.
And you can shift your balance away from center if you want to use a basic technique, since you missed your roll. But you don't have to.
Yeah. Right. No, actually, I would move towards results. And living up to that principle, try to attack with at least a strike.
Okay.
So I would, with my airbending, just sort of lash out, causing a burst of air to hit it, almost like it's being punched in the face.
Okay.
I don't know what I roll for that. There's no roll thing on this. I guess I roll with passion.
Yeah.
And then because I shifted my balance and this is in line with that principle, I guess I get the +1. Or do I roll with results at +1 or with passion? Is it like an alternate?
Well, you can shift your balance away from center to use. So that allows you to use strike. And if you wanted to use your balance instead of passion, then you'd have to mark a fatigue, because that would be like the live up to your principal balance move.
I see. So no, I would just roll with passion then.
Yeah. You actually didn't need to necessarily roll. I don't think you needed to roll. So like the roll for the stance move is determines what you can use. I don't think you need to actually roll for the actual strike. But since you're able to do it, you can.
So then it marks 2 fatigue or condition, or shifts its balance away. Its choice.
Yeah, or if you want to mark a fatigue, you can choose to mark 2 fatigue or strike or inflict a condition. So either if you mark a fatigue, it's your choice. If you don't, then it's GM's choice.
I'll mark a fatigue to make them take a condition.
Okay. So, they take. It's not gonna let me. Oh, I can't show it, but they take the angry condition. As
Yeah, we're both angry.
yeah, as like they try to grab you, they miss, and then you pummel them. You pummel them with a you pummel them, and that makes them even angrier because you're angry, and yeah.
What about old chicken the kite?
Old chicken the kite.
Uwala,
The chick,
he means.
the woman who flew here.
Glider.
She wasn't
Yeah.
flying here, she was just flying to see things. We don't know where she is.
Yeah, you don't see her.
Got it. Well, what good is she?
Yeah, so they are going to they were also going to strike. So they are going to let you choose.
I will, I guess, mark 2 fatigue then.
All right. You see. So they come in. And start. So he's angry. He starts pummeling you with blows. And manages to give you a solid knock with one of its big hands, and it sends you back a bit. Sakshik and Ura, or Sakshik and Zijin, you see this group descend upon Gaige, and one of them, another group is coming right at you. And let's start. So you should see the card choice.
Sorry, I'm dealing with a unhappy baby right now.
Oh, no worries.
Oh,
We can come back to you.
no, that's okay. So there's a dark spirit coming at me and Sakshik.
Yeah, there's an 8-foot tall one, and then there are 4 other kind of smaller ones that are all kind of screaming their way towards you, like moving quickly. And you
that
see
doesn't seem like a winning battle.
you see Gaige currently engaged with a group, and they've just traded a couple blows.
Okay. Okay. So when I wanna use move that is from my playbook,
Mm-hmm.
what is that considered?
Which move do you want to use?
I want to use Slippery Eelhound to get me and Sakchik the hell out of here.
So for that one you choose as for your stance move, you choose defend and maneuver, and then you want to use the seize a position. So basically, when you do defend and maneuver and you use the seize a position, then you can use Slippery Eelhound.
Okay.
And Peter or Sakshik just waiting on your choice.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. All right. So roll your stance move. So that would be for defended mover. It's a focus roll. Zhizhen. Or we could also come back to Zhizhen.
Okay.
Sakshi.
So.
Sorry, I'm here.
Oh, you're there?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, no worries.
All right. So, so yeah, I want. So I used. So I roll for seize a position.
Yeah, roll a focus roll. So yeah, you roll your stance move, and that lets you know how many techniques you can use.
Okay, and then I either take a fatigue or -2 to this. Is this counted as physical? I imagine it is.
Yeah, if you're trying to get away, you're definitely moving. So yeah, that would the impaired condition would account.
Okay. I'll just take a fatigue on that then. God damn it.
So you stumble, but if you shift your balance away from center, you can still use a basic technique.
And my playbook technique is not a basic one. Like slippery eelhound.
So that's more slippery eelhound is more like it's an enhancement to an existing technique. It's not like a technique on itself.
Okay.
It's almost like a passive bonus.
And it makes sense too because I'm shifting to shift further away from center would shift towards friendship.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes sense if I'm. I mean, it is survival, but I'm trying to help Sakshik as well. So I would do that.
Okay. So yeah, then you could still use your basic technique. Which...
Okay, so that's this. With that, so.
Yeah. So. To stop you, and you may bring any allies within your reach. So yeah, they would be engaged with you in this case. So basically, when you move, oh, I see. So like it basically makes them a 2 penalty instead of a 1 fatigue penalty.
Well,
it's an additional.
Two.
Oh,
So
it's an
3.
additional 3. Oh, that's pretty good. So I would think that they would try to stop you because they're hostile and you know, aggressive. So when Jijin is pulling, trying to pull Sakshik away, like what does that look like?
I use my meteor hammer to try to wrap around Sakshik, like his waist, and then like pull him along with me, or not his waist, but his wrist, and use that to pull him along.
Okay. So, so when you do that, the bigger creature, leaps up into the air and like over you, performs a somersault and like lands, like with arms outstretched, trying to cage you in. So it marks its 3 fatigue because it's big and it had to do a burly move for it.
Okay.
And Sakshik.
Okay, so I gotta do my stance move first.
Yep.
Okay. So I have to add whatever my focus is.
Yeah, it is a, yeah.
It doesn't do it automatically. I gotta add it.
Well, if you roll a focus, a focus, a focus roll, on your character sheet, it should add your focus. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Gotcha. Okay, there we go.
Nice. So yeah, you get to use yeah, you get to just post.
You can use a learn technique if you mark a fatigue. You can use one practice technique, or you can use 2 basic or master techniques.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm also dealing with my condition, which is afraid, and I intend to fully run away. So, but I will use my learned technique of smoke bomb and hurl a smoke bomb at this guy when he jumps back behind us, so we can escape.
Nice. Yeah, that sounds awesome. So yeah, mark of fatigue, and then that is no longer a learned technique. That is now considered a practiced technique.
Okay. All right. So I take 1 fatigue for that maneuver or technique.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got another. So I've taken 2. So I mean this. Okay. Okay. Gotcha.
This is the first time you've ever used a smoke bomb in like a tough situation. So it would take maybe Sakshik a bit to get it right, to get it off.
Yeah, and I'm panicking because I'm trying to get out of here.
Can you post the smoke bomb roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Impair every other combatant in this area. You escape at the end of this exchange. So, yeah, let me add that. So yeah, you can throw the smoke bomb, and it just creates this plume of these plumes of smoke that obscure vision. In the general area. Cool. And
Yeah, one thing I'm not sure about smoke bomb is, okay, so it impairs every other combatant in the area. I guess I don't know how big the area is, because it's not just the ones who are engaged with you. It's not just enemies. It's everybody's blinded by the smoke.
Yeah.
But I don't. Under what circumstances is there a foe who's a combatant in the area and engaged with you who would not be impaired? Since it says all combatants are impaired in the area.
If the combatant goes after you and has something to shake the condition off, then they would not be impaired at the end of the end of the engagement. It's like the scenario that comes to mind.
Yeah, okay. They might have some way of shaking it that's not, because we just established it's when the narrative changes, that's when the impairment goes away.
Right.
So presumably it's when the smoke clears. But I guess there could be a creature that has some other way of clearing it. Or can make the smoke vanish.
Yeah. That's something I'm not sure of. I'll have to do some reading to see
if there is a scenario where that plays out. But yeah, like on the surface, it makes sense that like nobody would not be impaired at the end.
I mean, a sufficient wind, I would imagine, just blows it away. So.
So as far as like how big this is, how far would you imagine that you guys are from each other? Like, are you like this kind of map? This board is just more of like a way to put tokens on and kind of organize combat a little bit, not necessarily like where you are on the battlefield.
Well, I mean, so obviously Ura and I were near the Pillar of Light, and Sakcha and Jijin were coming in essentially later. So I do sort of imagine there's at least a good bit of separation between us and them.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, at least from not like a mile, but for purposes of how big would this smoke bomb be, it wouldn't be like 30-foot radius. It's a smoke bomb, but it could be 10 feet.
Right. Yeah, I think it'd be big enough to. It wouldn't be big enough to kind of reach you guys, but you do see like this like blast of smoke that just erupts from their direction.
And then they leave it.
Yeah. Yeah, so they are going to they are going to try to run after you, and they can't see very well. And what they're gonna do is they're gonna do smash. So they're gonna mark a fatigue to destroy destroy or destabilize something in the environment. And basically, they're gonna, once this smoke bomb goes off, they're gonna try to just like dart through, and they run into one of the houses that is still up, and it comes crumbling down, and the ground shakes as the earth kind of tumbles to it. And if people weren't aware that something was going on in the central square, they sure are now. And Ura, this group is engaging you. They are running up to you. You're not too far from established. You're not too far from Gaige. This lumbering creature and its small companions run up to you, and you should see the cards.
Yep. I believe I know what I was gonna do. Because this.
Nice.
Okay, so I'm first.
Yep, you're first.
Yeah, they're probably gonna be a little frustrated, because I'm gonna use. Oh, yeah, I gotta roll, don't I? Shit. Defend a maneuver, right? Focus here.
Yep, focus. Nice.
Okay. I'm gonna use my flame charge. Which says I'm gonna hurtle at one of the guys that's on Gaige,
Yep.
leaving these ones behind.
Alright. So they become impaired, and you become favored.
Right.
Alright, so we'll move you over here. As you got your fire feet.
Yeah. So I tap my toe on the ground a couple of times, and you see as I do that, like I'm rubbing my toe against some rocks and shit on the ground, and it starts to spark, and eventually it ignites, and I take off.
Nice. And you do that. And
now I am right next to Gaige.
Yep, you're hurtling at them.
But I guess that's all I could do.
Yep.
But okay, what's the favorite? So the favorite says choose an additional basic or master technique in the next exchange, even on a miss.
Yeah.
Got it. So on a miss, I choose one. If on a hit, I choose an extra one, I guess. Sweet.
And this creature is going to just reach out to strike you. And so it's.
Did it follow me? That bastard.
Well, it didn't follow you. The engagements happen simultaneously. So like, it hits you and you're moving away at the same time.
Got it.
But yeah, it's.
I was hoping to get out of dodge.
So you can. It uses strike, so you can mark 2 fatigue, mark a condition, or shift your balance from center.
I'll take. I'll go up another point in experience.
Okay. Like you've seen this before,
Yeah.
and you know how you know how to counteract it.
Yeah, you get the fuck out of here. I hope to do that next turn.
All right. So, Gaige, Ura just flew up to you, um, flew up next to you, and abandoned whatever he was facing. Uh, what are you gonna do?
Well, this probably would focus me a little bit. Looking at the ones that he fled, like, what would my assessment be of our odds of winning this fight, of just outright winning it? Because there's a couple things going through my mind simultaneously. One is in the distance where the smoke bomb went off. We also see a building partially collapse.
Mm-hmm.
So there are a lot of these things, and they're engaging us in separate groups. And I'm actually pretty beaten up already from this exchange. So it seems a little unlikely that we're going to be able to, pummel them into submission. But I guess I don't necessarily know, like, can we abandon this field without putting other people at risk? Because these things can, in fact, start knocking over buildings again, just like the platypus bears.
Yeah.
So maybe my thought would be we probably have to engage them until, other people, like up the street, we've got Gunshot again and his lieutenant, once again not engaging in the fight. But maybe they're just slow and they'll get here if we can hold them off for a little bit.
Yeah.
So that would be my thought, that probably for the moment I have to hold the line. Better to keep them focused on me than on the buildings around here that probably have people in them.
Makes sense. And as you heard this, the crashing of the building down, and after.
Plus, I see the smoke bomb. Clearly, Saksha is over there doing something. So, the party is together in combating this threat and definitely not running away.
Yeah.
And then I jet over to you and slide, like in the dirt, like, they're dipping.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really wouldn't have occurred to them that Sakja is running away just yet. I don't think I've seen this smoke bomb technique before. So, I don't know what he's doing. Blinding them? Or what if they actually just punched him so hard he, like, vaporized into dust? He's the smoke. Yeah, for the moment, I'm hoping for reinforcements.
Okay.
And I'm happy that at least Ura and I have each other's backs.
So, I think if Gaige and Ura want to buy time, and not necessarily like engage with the creature, I could see Gaige like hopping on his air scooter and kind of kiting them around, or like doing basically an evasion tactic, That's not necessarily a technique, but something that falls under rely on skills and training to try to buy some
Yeah.
time.
Like air scooter is a what move is that again?
It is a technique, but
Yeah, it's evade and observe.
yeah, but I mean using it outside of like a combat exchange scenario.
Right. But I mean, as they're trying to hit us, it is kind of a combat exchange. But I don't disagree that probably our best bet right now is for me to try to evade long enough that other skilled combatants can get here.
Yeah.
It's just that I understand that, but also am angry. But nonetheless, I'm not crazy, so we're outnumbered.
Yeah.
I would try to evade. If you want to do that outside of combat, I'm fine with that. It makes sense in combat in this case too, though.
You could do a combat exchange. Why not?
Well, I mean, yeah. So in combat, there's a non-zero chance that I'm gonna roll poorly and not be able to do this. So, I'll evade and observe, but have to rely on some basic technique, or evade and evade and observe.
I mean, you get a fatigue back.
There you go. That's good. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do, is evade and observe. Not to telegraph to the DM.
I gotta just make a decision here, I guess.
Alright. Ura.
Okay.
Roll your stance move.
Right. I did defender maneuver, right? Yeah.
Nice. So he gets just going to use 2 different master techniques.
I
Basic
get to
or
use
master.
3 because I'm favored. I get to use a third one, right?
That's true. Yeah, you do. Yep. 3.
Well, all right. I wasn't expecting that, but
Also, your playbook techniques are in play too. If you have like specific, I remember if Ura has defended maneuver. Yeah, flame shield.
Yeah, and I got flame charge is also defend a maneuver, and I think I'm about to add a third one, which I think would be the last one actually. Yeah, that would be the last one I could add. And I do kind of like it. It seems fun. Oops, there we go. So it's gonna look like Ura takes a drink from the gourd, but he doesn't swallow it. Instead, that gout of fire that he'd been spitting back in the thing, well, it's gonna stick around, and it's gonna lay down a line between me and Gaige and the enemy, and it's going to be a wall of fiery breath.
Nice.
Breathe a gout of flame that keeps foes back as you maneuver away from them. Mark one condition and move to a new position. Foes must keep their distance and become disengaged or push through the flame and suffer 4 fatigue.
Is that in
That's in the base book.
Base book.
Yeah.
Breathe.
Yeah, wall of fiery breath. And then, so I mark that fatigue. Or I'm sorry, it's not a fatigue. I mark a condition. What do I do? I want to do frustrated by all this, just all this nonsense with these damn spirits. We're having a good time. Ruin it. But yeah, so there's that. And then yeah, so there's a fiery wall as I back away from doing that. And then I guess I can only do other defensive maneuver techniques, right?
Correct. So I mean, I guess you would be doing all of them, because you have 3 with your favorite condition.
Yeah.
So like you would just be doing all of them.
Yep.
Because you can't like do one multiple times.
I'm looking here. I have so seize the position says I can overcome a negative status, so maybe I can get rid of my impaired. I of course I don't know. It's not really paid a big part yet, but
yeah, you're impaired.
Like
you're impaired because you're drunk.
Of the drunkenness, yeah.
Now
I'm sweating it all out. Getting active.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see that, like, just the sudden rush of adrenaline, like, has like given you a cleared your head.
Right.
And like the adrenaline of like seizing a position, or the adrenaline of one moving to engage with this foe at your fire feet, but also like then like trying to maneuver around it would do that. So I think that works.
Sweet. And then one more. Maybe I just do flame shield again, or flame shield, so that I can become favored again. So I'll mark 2 fatigue, up to 2 fatigue, and the shield will block a number of attacks equal to 1 plus the fatigue you marked. If possible, you must use a flame shield to block incoming attacks. If you're not attacked at all this exchange... Oh, if I don't get attacked, I become favored. Got it. Yeah, it seems alright. I'll do that.
Okay.
So I'll, let's see here. How many guys are there? A bunch of them, right? I'll mark 2 fatigue. That seems like a good idea. It's like it'll block up to three attacks against me.
Yeah, there's one, there's one group that's engaged with you.
Not anymore. Aha.
Yeah, well, after this, they'll be.
They gotta push that through that fire. It's 4 fatigue to push through.
So yeah, that works.
Yeah. That'll be me.
Nice. Gaige.
I guess the position I'll take, because I part of the wall of fiery breath is I I maneuver away. So maybe I'll maneuver to a place that's got rubble and not like a still intact building.
Okay. Yeah, you'd be able to find. I think that you'd be able to find a building. There's one that's kind of. There's one that's like a husk of. They haven't gotten a chance to rebuilding it yet. Like the rubble's kind of cleared out, but there's still kind of like a half wall. A half wall that you could kind of duck behind.
Sounds good.
Gaige.
Right, so I will roll my stance move.
Ooh.
Do you wish to shift?
No, I don't know that that actually makes sense, since away from center would be towards results again,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm kind of sort of leaning restraint at the moment.
Okay.
Push your luck.
So
Does that work? I don't know.
No, that's a move. That doesn't. That kind of works outside of a combat exchange scenario.
so I will just clear one fatigue.
Okay. Um.
I don't know if the wall helps him out at all, but that was my hope, is that it would help defend him too.
Just let you put up 3 walls, so it's 12 fatigue if they want to pass through.
Yeah. This is a huge fucking wall. It's a forest of fire.
Right, the whole village burns down, but
We got them spirits.
Hmm. I think. Hmm. Uh, seeing uh, seeing the creature the creature will kind of seeing this wall of fire kind of erupt before it, it takes a step back and darts around, or it darts its eyes around, uh, looking looking for a way around it. And it's using the commit action, or the commit technique rather. So it shifted its balance towards its principle. Around that time, you see coming from the area of the smoke, you see you see Gun Sha and Mew running, and they like look upon the scene. Sakshik and Zhizhen, I'd say like you're able to get away through the smoke bomb, and like you can pull each other. You're able to like get away,
Okay.
and they wouldn't necessarily be able to, they could pursue you, but like as you, what are you guys gonna do? Like what are you looking to do?
I'm running as far away as possible.
Okay. Where are you running to?
I don't want to go near our host's house, and I don't want to go near the mayor's house. I would just probably head in a different direction and just go that way.
Okay. Zhizhen, what are you going to do?
Well, so I know that there's a smoke bomb, but this monster basically like had me dead to rights as far as I could tell. So I'm not sure how to get out, even with the smoke kind of at least that I don't know if I'm envisioning it differently or
So it jumped.
like it's massive, so I imagine like it had its arms outstretched and was like on the verge of like grabbing me up.
Yeah, it was kind of like a basketball player, kind of like guarding.
Yeah.
And since the smoke bomb, so the smoke bomb, I guess it says you escape at the end of the exchange, but it doesn't say whether or not like.
No, I'm impaired.
Yeah, you're impaired.
Twice now. I'm impaired from the drunkenness, and I'm impaired from the smoke.
Yeah, you only take a condition or a status once.
No,
So-
I know. I'm just saying I'm doubly impaired.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, I guess what I would if Zhizhen wanted to mark like a fatigue, he could try to escape with Sakshik. I think that'd be fair. Basically, the idea being that this creature has its arms outstretched, and like Sakshik throws this smoke bomb, and for a moment it's distracted. And if Zhizhen also wanted to get away, it could like dodge under it, or around it, and with some extra effort, and like basically run through the smoke.
Okay. Does fatigue do anything as it builds?
After you take all your fatigue, then you start taking conditions, and after you take all your conditions, then you're incapacitated.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'll do that. I'll take mark the fatigue and escape.
Okay. So you dive through the smoke, and head off in a different direction, along with Sakshik. the mayor's residence or Taka's. And are you just gonna keep running?
Well, what Gunshot and Lieutenant, what does it look like they're doing?
So like
You said they showed up, right?
yeah, so like as you're like so like they're coming in from the direction of the mayor's, and like let's say you're going south, and so like if you looked around you would see them coming out, and they look like they look like they are ready to engage. Like Gunshot has metal bracers all over his arms, and he like they unfurl themselves, and they start like kind of orbiting around his arms.
Okay. Still, that's 2 people. I know they're military, but that's 2 people against what, like 8 spirits?
Yeah, there are 3 different groups. Like they're treated as just 3 different distinct groups of spirits.
They got this.
Doc just says running away.
Correct. Yes.
So like that's the scene. That's the scene that it's the scene that Zhizhen would see.
What about the townspeople? Are there any that are out and about in danger?
As in like the central square area, no. You don't see any that are out. As you like continue to like run southwards, you see like some people just like running out of town. But they're trying to like stay to the side, basically to try to stay hidden from like plain view. But yeah, you see like people are moving, running.
Okay. Yeah. I'll just keep running then.
Okay.
Let the military deal with it.
All right. Gunshot and Mew will engage. They run up to the creature the set of creatures that are next to the smoke bomb, and they start engaging it. Um, and you see Gaige. You see a kind of a flash or like something whip by in the night, and you see Nuala land right next to you with her glider out, and then she like does that thing where she like twirls it in her arm and like puts it in behind her. And she looks at you and she's like, gonna run away this time? And then says like, let's get this thing.
Okay, I've been here longer than you. You're late.
I was just making sure there weren't more of these things. Fortunately, these are the only ones that have come out so far.
So far. There's another spirit portal, though, out in the woods beyond the military camp. Currently buried in a closed cave, but still there.
Well, Janora will know what to do. She will know how to close this off. And if not, then I'm sure Korra, Avatar Korra, will have an answer. She looks like she's ready to try to ward this thing off. Is Gaije and or Ura interested in engaging with it, or what are they gonna let Nuala take care of it?
I mean, I would continue to engage with it.
Yeah.
Although it would be
can't
really
let her-
funny if I just ran. Be like, you got this. I'm gonna go find Sakcha.
I can't let the girl fight by herself.
Right. It wouldn't actually make sense to say like, oh, good, 3 new people until we leave. Like now, there's enough numbers that maybe we can get these spirits to back down.
Yeah.
But if we start retreating, maybe not.
Yeah.
So I guess I wasn't attacked, right?
You were not attacked,
So I am favored.
so you get an extra.
Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah. What I'm gonna do. Got it.
Nice. All right. Seeing well, Ura, you have this. See, you had like a wall of fire.
Yeah, I don't know how long it lasts. It doesn't say. So
Yeah.
it's that wall of fiery breath to keep to sort of keep them contained in an area almost, like certainly not let them come further into this part of the town. But if they wanted to come through, then they have to suffer the force fatigue.
Yeah. Yeah. That is
What's 4 fatigue in the grand scheme of things?
well, they did an evade and observe. So they became disengaged, but seeing like they backed up, and now you're hiding behind this wall, and they see directly in front of them Gaige and this newcomer. So they will attack. They will reach out to strike. The newcomer. And so they reach out with one of their large claws and basically knock her back with a big swipe. And they're going to mark fatigue so they can choose what they want to do. And then they're going to mark the afraid condition. So this creature swipes at Nualo with one of its giant claws and narrowly misses. And as the claw comes like really close to her eyes, she becomes afraid.
He was so brave running up here. And he goes, "Oh shit,
Yeah.
this wasn't a good idea."
Gaige.
Let's see. So I am going to what does this do? I don't know that there are any statuses that I could give to someone other than maybe inspired, but inspired doesn't seem like it does that much unless people are sort of shifted away from their center. So I'm going to try to hinder the spirits.
Okay.
So inflicting a status on them, I'm going to hit them with a blast of air that leaves them stunned. Or at least, the one that we're currently engaged with.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. And it gets pummeled with this just a ball, like this blast of air and this ball of air, and it gets knocked back, and it almost looks dazed and listless.
In fact, I like to think there's this blast of air that knocks them back and then just sort of reignites the lingering wisps of the firewall so that they're hit with the light from that as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so you could get a pretty good glimpse of them as they're kind of illuminated by this fire. Nuala is going to she's gonna use test balance. So she marks the fatigue, and she kind of snarls at this dark spirit, and says, "Shouldn't you be running? Your end. Yeah. It's coming out flat. Shouldn't you be running? You will not find victory here. Flee back to where you came from and live to fight another day." And she shifts their balance. So this particular creature has is almost off its balance track. So when an NPC goes off the balance track as well, it becomes knocked out effectively. Ura. And its principle is survival.
Which one was that?
Yeah, the one that you were engaged with.
Got it. All right. So I got to roll here.
I have a question.
Sure.
Sorry. So, like, I guess as when we were seeing the two earthbending military people coming, me and Sakjek were continuing to run, but then we saw, if we saw like Nuala coming, like, are we still out of the encounter, or could we have had a chance to like change our mind and come back?
Yeah, you'd have a chance to change your mind and come back. Yeah, you probably wouldn't have seen Nuala because she was up in the air. It might have been, I wouldn't.
All right.
She wasn't like trying to necessarily make herself known.
Well, even if we didn't necessarily see Nuala, I mean, Gaige and Ura are continuing to fight.
Yeah.
So it would make Jijin would be uncomfortable with just completely abandoning this group of people that he's come to bond with.
That makes sense. He has a +2 towards friendship right now.
Yeah.
So yeah, like you could, Jijin could change his mind and come back.
And Jijin would also point that out to Sakjek and say, Sakjek, Ura and Gaige, they're not running.
Sakjek doesn't hear you. He is trying to remove his fear, and he's just focused on getting away from it.
Okay. So Jijin would sigh and then turn back towards the battle then.
All right, we'll finish this combat exchange, and then Jijin can pop in. Ura.
Rolling my harmony. Good thing I got a +3 on it. Shit. Clearing a fatigue, and I'm favored, so I still get 2.
Yep.
So that one is close to being off balance?
Yep. Yeah, it is 1 away from being off balance.
Since I already know that principle that you gave me, I'll shift it.
All right.
I'll mark that fatigue back.
So what? How are you appealing to its sense of survival?
As I load up my next move, my next move being my patience technique, essentially to throw an explosive blast. So my hands are super coarse, and I snap, and it creates a spark that I'm sort of holding in place. And I look to it, and I'm like, this will not end well for you. You should leave.
You see its eyes dart around as it's looking for an exit, and it takes your advice, and it will leave, as it is now off balance. And basically, when something goes up, when you go off balance, you do an extreme action, and whatever that balance principle is that you went off balance towards. So since its principle is survival, it does an extreme action in the interest of survival, which is to run like hell. So it flees. It runs back into the pillar of light.
Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted it to do. And then maybe I don't actually do that next thing now that he has ran. Gaige had some status on him, right? Or some condition, maybe? Or I guess, yeah, so he had a stat. Okay, yeah, so let's do this. So I'll let the flame go out. And instead of throwing out an explosive blast, I will instead bolster Gaige. I don't know what Gaige's fatigue is like right now. You're muted.
It's not that bad. He has 1 fatigue right now.
Okay.
But he could stand to be inspired.
I was gonna say maybe I'll give you inspired.
Is that like a mid-battle pep talk?
Yes, it's like tap on the shoulder. Nothing we can't do together.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up and touch his hand then.
I love it. Is there?
Should be all for me.
Yeah. So I was wondering if there was something. If there was anything special that he got for being your protege. When you're inspiring your protege.
Let's see here.
But we can come back to it.
I'll just keep looking, because I'm pretty much done now anyway. So.
Yeah. So Zijin, you enter the scene, and the creature that was trying to box you in, you see Gunshot and his Lieutenant Mew. They're trading blows with it. You see Gaige, Nuala, and Ura. They just the creature, one of the groups of dark spirits just fled from them and went back into the portal. You saw like them fleeing them as you are running back into the town square.
Okay, so the smaller ones are fleeing.
Yeah, and you see there is one group that busied themselves with knocking over a couple houses, but hearing the screeches from this group, they turn and with renewed interest are focusing their attention on these three.
Okay. So these ones are now heading over here.
Yeah. So you can see that they're now focusing attention on them. They haven't moved yet. But what would Zijin like to do?
Jijin would really quickly dart in here and make an attack, and then divert to helping with these ones.
Okay. So I'd say for this one, you could make a we don't necessarily think we need to resolve that in exchange, but you could make a blow with rely on your skills and training, if you'd like, or do some action using that move.
The reliance skills and training.
Yeah.
What I was thinking was that I would use my my sweep the leg technique though, if that's an option.
I see.
Because I know it has at least 3 fatigue on it, because it stopped me from escaping, so I figure it's a good way to inflict 2 more fatigue on it.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
Alright. So I should roll with passion.
Yeah, we'll do we'll just do a combat exchange really quick for just you two.
Okay.
And Tony, just very quickly skipping your character thing. So you name me as a protege. So you also name one of my 2 principals.
Yeah, and
Right.
I picked restraint.
Right. I have restraint and results.
Right.
I'm currently shifted 1 towards results, but I've been kind of role-playing restraint in this fight, so it's probably the way I'll go next.
Yeah, I figure I'd probably elaborate a little bit more. Instead of saying nothing we can't do together, I would just say nothing. A little bit of planning and patience can't get you through. Since that specific that status lets you shift. I don't know. Maybe it counts.
Um, this group, this group of spirits, they, some of them turn to look at you, Jijin, like hearing the sound of your footsteps coming closer, and they grin and bare their teeth, and kind of look as if they're going to, they're kind of like hunkering down, ready to be dealt a blow, and they're doing the retaliate technique.
Okay.
So, your turn. Vision's turn.
Alright, so I roll with passion, right? To see how many I get.
Yep.
And I'm still impaired, so I will mark a fatigue in order to do it without penalty.
Nice.
Okay.
So that.
So
is-
the way I imagine it is, I throw my meteor hammer directly at the big one's face, but then I use my earthbending to turn it into dust and have the dust pass the creature, and then reform it solid and bring it back at the back of its head.
Nice. So it just like. It just. Yeah, that I love that visual. And. Three or more fatigue and conditions. It inflicts 2 fatigue. Let me check something. Yeah, so it takes it's all out of fatigue, and it takes a condition, and it takes the angry condition. So you do this, and it's just enraged as it lets out this deafening howl.
And then I as it does that, I shout, "You ready for round 2, big guy?" Kind of taunting it.
All right. And so what is everyone gonna do next?
I mean, seeing that Jijin is engaged with like an entire group on his own.
He's got
although it's
Gunshot and Mew there as well. They've been kind of holding them off, keeping them busy.
Okay, so that one group then has several people on it.
Yeah.
So what's the other group of spirits doing?
Yeah,
Because the one in front of us like fled, right?
right. So
Ran back into the light.
yeah, the other group was knocking. They turned to knocking down houses, but hearing their brethren scream and flee, like they are now looking at you.
And I'm going to engage that one to keep their attention on me.
Okay. What is Ura gonna do?
This one seems to be being handled right now, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll move to engage this one too.
Okay.
Point of clarity. So the monster I attacked retaliated against me, so I mark up fatigue from that.
Oh yes, yeah, that's correct. You do.
Okay. I'm at 4 fatigue. The impaired condition sucks.
All right. Tony.
Yeah, I'm looking.
And for the viewers at home, don't drink, kids. This is the impaired condition. Sucks.
This message brought to you by Team Avatar. All right. Gaige.
So I am going to advance on him and say, let's leave those buildings alone, big guy. Let's see.
Nice.
So first I can choose two basic or master techniques. So first I'm going to Gale Slice, and I'll mark a fatigue.
Okay.
So assuming it does not have any physical objects to help absorb the blow, as this thin blade of air comes in and slices into it, it takes 3 fatigue and must mark a condition. Well, I'm sorry. It can choose to mark 3, or it has to mark a condition and then take a second condition because it doesn't have anything to block with.
Yeah, it'll mark 3 fatigue. Yeah, it'll mark three fatigue as your slice of wind just pummels right through it.
And then I will also strike. I will let it choose whether it wants to mark a fatigue or what.
It will. It'll shift its balance. One towards survival. They are going to use
they're going to use pressure and actually no, they'll use strike. So since Gaige, you you ran up first, so they'll also strike you back, and they'll mark a fatigue so that they can choose.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to mark 2 fatigue on your end.
Okay.
As you both like trade blows with each other, just hammering and wearing each other down. Ura.
Let's roll that. Sure. Seems good.
I just sent you a note, Dustin.
I see it too.
I see it.
Oh. Don't know what private means then. Apparently private only applies to rolls.
I think so. It's like roll mode, not necessarily the message. You have to. It's similar to Roll20 where you do /W, and then you can do either like the person's name or their character's name, or /WGM.
Alright, so I get to do 2 of these. I guess, yeah, let's just do... that. So I'll get the prepared status, and I get to use an attack. Advance an attack technique, paying all the costs. Do I want to do that too? Maybe. That might be a good idea. That might be fun. Fuck it. And I will also mark an additional fatigue. So I guess once I'm done here, Gaige can also use an attack and advance an attack technique. But let's just go ahead and mark an explosive blast. This time, I snap the fingers. I hold that spark for just a second, but not very long, because this time I intend to use it.
I would say that they wouldn't dive for cover because I don't know if a dark spirit would know what a combustion blast is, or like be adept enough to like recognize one.
The other one did. He ran. Goddamn cat. Get out of here. How the fuck do you open this goddamn door? So yeah.
But yeah, it'll just take the 4 fatigue.
And with that, it takes the remaining fatigue and its conditions. So this
Because I was going to pressure and say that it can advance and attack next round.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was cool. And then I guess my other one I would do is I'll just let's see here. Yeah, I guess I don't know the timing of it. Does he get his does Gaige get his before I get my second evade and observe?
So,
Or I guess maybe it doesn't really matter. We just kind of coordinate it.
so yeah, like, so, you know, this creature is basically incapacitated at this point. Like, it reached all of its conditions and fatigue, so, like, you don't necessarily need to spend the fatigue to have Gaige act, because, like,
Okay.
there isn't like much good he's gonna do. That would just be an unfair decrement to your own resources.
Okay.
Um,
All right. Cool.
but
Well then,
you could still do a second evade and observe technique,
right.
like commit or
I don't need to commit.
bolster.
I'll just make sure
evade.
this guy can't do shit, and I'm gonna make him stunned just to be sure.
Okay. What are you gonna do to stun him?
It's the bolster hinder. So my explosive blast fucking stunned him.
That's fair. Okay. Yeah, it is currently reeling from your blast. And with that, it reels and it kind of teeters and totters for a bit, and the spirits they fall to the ground, and they dissipate, they kind of dissolve into smoke, and you see the smoke flow back into the light. Um, there's still one up. Zhizhen, did you want to? What did you want to do with that? Did you want to engage that, or did you want to let Gunshaw and his and Mew handle it? Zhizhen?
Sorry, I was talking, but I didn't realize it was muted. I said, so that the one that I'm already engaged with is the only one left?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna continue and engage it.
Okay. Okay. And
Nice. Jijin.
Alright, so I only have one more fatigue that I can take. Fuck it, I'll do it. So I'm taking 5 fatigue. I'm on 5 fatigue now. And then I'm gonna roll. But I can shift and still do a basic technique, right?
Correct. Exactly.
Okay. So I'll shift all the way to the end of that, and then use strike.
So you've shifted to like the edge of your.
Yeah.
You were on +2 and you moved to +3, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you still have one more before you're considered off balance.
Okay.
Would just be interesting if this thing survived and shifted your balance. Would be a first for the game.
All right. So you do a strike, and you're marking a fatigue. So what are you inflicting a condition?
Well,
Or-
no, I'm not gonna mark fatigue because I don't have any more fatigue to mark.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I guess they're already maxed out in their fatigue, so I guess they have a choice to mark a condition or shift their balance from center.
Yeah. They will mark a condition, and as you, what does it look like when the decision's striking out at them? So this like kind of puts them over the edge. So what is, and for context that like this they mark like whatever Jijin's doing and makes them afraid. So what would Jijin be doing to effectively make them so scared that they're gonna leave?
It would just be like multiple brutal strikes with the meteor hammer coming from unpredictable angles. Because every time that it seems like it's going from one direction, it shifts mid-strike and diverts all kinds of wacky ways.
Okay. Yeah. And it's just too much for this creature to handle, or for the spirit to handle, and it flees back, uh, through the portal.
Immediately after it flees, Jijin is going to turn away and just completely empty his stomach in a massive projectile vomit.
Yeah, teetotaler.
I am going to, or rather, Gage is going to clear his inspiration to shift towards restraint and finally give Ura advancement.
Sweet.
So I think that's a good spot to end the session because it's also getting later than usual. So let's do growth rolls, or the growth questions rather.
Well, I feel like I did get a friend to join in one of my bad habits.
You did. You got Gun Shah of all people.
Yeah.
So
You're welcome. I got him drunk for you.
Yeah,
So,
we
yeah.
teamwork that one.
Yeah.
I need to break something to clear my anger. So can we go back to that radio idea?
Yeah, I know. I've been sitting here angry since the first fucking session, so that's never been a good time to try and get rid of it. I don't know. Maybe just being drunk is like, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you could have broken something at the mayor's place.
Hey, night's still young. I haven't even had dinner yet, so I'm hungry and looking to break something.
I'm angry and frustrated now.
Right. I'm less concerned about clearing insecure just because it's worked for me so far to continue to be insecure. Like from a roleplay perspective, I don't mind that one as much. But angry's hard to like. Either you lash out at a friend or you break something. So
Yeah.
neither one is optimal.
Frustrated also says to lash out at someone, so maybe I'll just find somebody. I don't know.
Lash out at a random person on the street.
The main thing is that it's difficult for me to do that because I focus more on the harmony side. So it's like, it doesn't.
My character sheet doesn't show frustrated.
I think that's unique to me.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
unique.
I have some unique conditions.
Oh, so I didn't realize, so there's also with mine, if I indulge in a bad habit with a friend, shift your balance towards friendship and roll with friendship. On a hit, you and your friend pull it off and grow closer. Each of you makes the other inspired. On a 10 plus, you also obtain some useful resource or information and become prepared. On a miss, something goes terribly awry. So should I have done that when I was doing that with Gunshot?
And let's just go back and keep doing it.
I'd say probably, yeah. Like I missed that. It's a bit late now to change that, but we'll keep that in mind the next time that Zhizhen is indulging someone in their bad habits.
Maybe can I still roll and wouldn't inspire or potentially prepare, but if I roll well enough, I could potentially get useful resource or information from him, and kind of get maybe make a friend.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's reasonable.
Right. So, at the time, I would have been a +2. One shy of getting the information or resource or whatever. Still, I feel like that brings us more, like improves the relationship between us.
Yeah. Gunshot was, definitely was amused by the interchange, and looks more favorably upon you. You're not just some punk, not necessarily just some punk teenager.
He's definitely just some punk teenager, but
You're not just some punk teenager.
I don't even know what advancement means now. It's been so long.
So if you look at the, I don't know if you're on the how in your character sheet on the last page at the very bottom after the growth questions, there's a list of growth advancements. So you can take a new move from your own playbook and you can do that twice. One of the moves you don't have yet. You can take a move from a different playbook and you can do that up to twice.
I see what
You can,
I see what you mean.
yeah. So these are the growth advancements.
I understand.
And some playbooks have different ones than others.
Unlock your moment of balance. What does that mean?
Your moment of balance is a special move in your playbook that you can use essentially twice, that are really kind of like narrative changing moves. So, but to run through the questions from my end, did I learn something challenging, exciting, or complicated about the world? I did, because I as a player and I as a character were not expecting Nuala to turn up. I don't know if probably everybody was not as stunned by that development as I was.
And to be mostly cool about everything, honestly. You were like, yeah, she's not gonna want to see me, and left.
I don't think she did want to see me in that moment.
I talked to her. She's cool, man. You got this.
We definitely stopped a dangerous threat. In the end, although there was a bit of a ride, I didn't guide anyone towards balance, but I did end my session at my center.
Nice.
And then my own personal one is, did I seek support or guidance from others? And I actually did in my and Ura's exchange outside. He both came out to try to talk me into not leaving, but then I also got his advice on what it is I should do. I didn't follow it exactly, but I said I would think about it, and I did.
Yeah, I count that.
Like, actually, a really sort of interesting session from my perspective, because although I was kind of out of it for like the whole dinner party portion, I really was trying to figure out like how to react to this, almost like Gaige would. Which is why I like wrote that little note.
Yeah.
As I was trying to think this through.
Yeah, she definitely appreciated it. Like it made an impact. Because it was like the first communication she's had since the incident.
So I also get an advancement out of this one. So, I mean, I think everybody has their own individual question to go over, and I'm not sure if everybody learned something challenging, exciting, or complicated about the world. Maybe that the spirits are continuing to come through, but I felt like I knew that was going to happen at some point. Maybe not every day, and now maybe it's every day.
Yeah. Well, I would something that's worth considering is what this thing looks like. Like the only kind of analogous thing, like this pillar of light, the only analogous thing that you've seen elsewhere have been like the actual full-blown spirit portals.
I don't know if I necessarily learned anything from that, though. I think I experienced, like as a character, Jijin experienced this thing, but didn't necessarily learn anything about it or from it.
That's fair.
How do I return to center? And also get rid of my fatigue.
Your fatigue will clear depending on how the quality of your rest, your fatigue will clear. Sleeping on the dirt floor apparently clears 2 a night. If we had like soft beds, you could clear more than that. You could also like evade and observe during combats, and then that automatically clears a fatigue every new exchange. What was the other thing shifting back to center? Someone could try to shift your balance to try to get you to go back to center. So there's that. There's a couple of moves that also like shift your center, or you could, if you get inspiration, which one of your moves I think you said could allow you to get inspiration, you can clear that, and that allows you to shift your balance by 1.
Mm-hmm.
A few things say like shift your balance away from center, but a lot of them just say shift your balance, which gives you the option.
Yeah. But from a more of an RP perspective, like, if Jijin were acting, if like next episode Jijin acts, does more, if Jijin kind of tries to play more of the survival aspect, like, I think there'd be opportunities, because there are also other opportunities, like, if you just RP it, if you're RPing, and like that just makes sense for the fiction, like, then shifting your balance is something that we can do. But there's also like, in the case of like a missed roll, one of the consequences that could happen is shifting balance. So like there are opportunities. So I think like mechanically, I think probably the best way is just to RP it. Which would also make sense for like Jijin has like the balance principles are like, there is these two conflicting ideologies in you that don't necessarily mesh all that well, and like you as a character are like struggling with it, so it makes sense that you're kind of like hemming and hawing between them.
Yeah, well, I mean, and that's kind of like, I imagine Jijin has, this is one of the few times he's shifted this far over, and so now I feel like he might overcompensate because he doesn't want to get hurt by potentially losing any of these friends.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like almost like a scared, scared reaction. Ura and so Ura and Sakshik, did you go through your growth questions?
Ura doesn't have growth questions.
Yeah.
He just gets advancement because he shifted his protege's balance
in the direction that I picked, yeah.
Oh, so you automatically get advancement to do that?
Yeah.
Right.
But that's the only way I can get advancement. So.
Oh, I see that.
And then I can learn a new move, like not a move, like a technique, I think, if I can figure out how to shift towards humility.
Oh, I see. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, I have it up in front of me now.
Which I'm going to see if I can figure out how to do that soon. Must have more fire.
Yeah, maybe Gaige can show you that you. Yeah, you don't really know all that. You don't really know everything. Maybe Gaige's antics are correct in some ways, in some scenarios.
You have to think about what it is, what I want to do with the next advancement. I'll probably take a move. I just don't know if it's going to be. There's like one other move in my playbook that I'm interested in, or I still have both options to take moves from other playbooks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm really excited for one of my advancements to manifest.
Yeah,
I can't wait to see how it happens or what happens.
Peter, did you go through your growth questions?
Yeah, the only one would be something complicated, and I would say that it was Gaige's relationship with the girl. I can't think of her name. Begins with an N.
Nuala.
Nuala.
Yeah, like trying to piece together what happened there. So that would be the only thing that would come close. Everything else I would mark. I wouldn't mark anything off.
Okay. Makes sense. Cool.
Well, are you at the center on your
No.
track? Oh.
Mm-mm.
Alright. Well, thanks for playing, everybody.